Good afternoon, mech warriors, mech techs, and nobles in hiding. We are back, and now we're at the correct time. For those of you who joined me last week, as I'm sure many of you are aware at this point, I am moving house. Or I say I am moving house. I have moved house. I'm now in the right house. But however, my new house comes equipped with a new time zone. And I'm not very smart. I often say that, but it's really true. I'm not that smart. And so I was like, okay, I want to keep to the same time everybody's used to. And we'll keep to the same schedule of the old time zone. So I'll make some adjustments. I'll make sure that I'm still doing these streams at the right time, as it were. Except, as I say, I'm not very smart. And so my new time zone, there's an hour's difference. Okay, so it's just an hour's difference to my last time zone. And being not very smart, I was like, okay, cool. I'm an hour earlier, I think. So what I did last week was, instead of starting at the right time, I started 2 hours early every day. So I am terribly sorry for the very bizarre and weird. Oh goody. The maintenance guys are lawn mowing outside my house. Thank you, maintenance guys. But yeah, so instead of being at the right time, I was literally streaming for 2 hours early every day. So I do want to apologize, and a big thank you to Feisman for mentioning that we were doing this mistake. And in there is sound of maintenance. The mech techs outside my window. They've got like a fancy mower thing, so I don't think they'll be out there long. They're just trimming down the grass. Radar says they are also getting the lawnmower treatment. Such is life. But hey ho, I don't have to mow the lawn, so I will take the punishment in exchange for not having to mow the lawn. What are we up to this week? So, over the weekend, I finished up some work on the new contract stuff. Wait for the maintenance guy to go past. Goodbye, maintenance guy. Shoo shoo. So, I finished up the preliminary work, and I also had a really good conversation. Your stream is important to us. Please hold. Whatever. I'm just going to talk louder. But yeah, we had I had a really good conversation with Hammer, but also with Psycho Monkey. The wonderful human who is handling the new location tech where you can split your forces. And we had a big, long conversation, and we kind of just hashed out some plans for what we want from the new mission stuff. And I'm not going to go into that right now because I'm planning to do an actual scripted video later this week, our first real video, if you will. And I'm going to go into all of our plans, what it's going to look like, what it opens the door for, and what kind of time frame you folks can expect of that. It's going to basically be a rehash of some of the information I shared last week, but hey, in a scripted format, which means I can give diagrams and examples, and generally it'll just be easier to get a heck what the hell I'm talking about. But what I'm doing right now is, because that was a lot of work and it was very stressful, and unfortunately a bunch of the work had to go in the bin. Such is life. When you're in any kind of serious development, you have to always be open to the idea that what you're doing is not the best way to do a thing. And sometimes that can mean that you can get multiple days deep inside a project and you can go, oh crap, this is shit. And then you just have to scrap it and start again. Now, I am definitely of the opinion that is not wasted time, because the time you spent working on the first attempt, second attempt, third attempt, then crying, fourth attempt, it doesn't matter how many attempts, all the time that you're working on that, you're learning the code base, you're learning the systems that you're going to be interacting with specifically. And that makes you much more better equipped. That's a very good, much more better equipped. That's a fantastic string. It strengthens in the English language. You're better equipped is what I'm trying to say, to actually do the final version that will be the complete version. But you know, anytime you have to go, oh man, here's a case that hits 109, because it was 109 by the time I finished, 109 different classes, thousands of lines of change, and then you just have to hit the delete button, that feels like shit. Like, even if it is for the best of reasons, and you're like, no, I see why this is for the best of reasons, the end result is going to be better, it still feels like shit. You just have to accept it, though. You can't stop it, and it is far better to be willing to kill your children, I think the term is, than force them to life, and then everybody has to deal with the consequences. So feeling like shit, I want to take a little bit of a break from that. We will definitely be looking at it later on in the week, but right now I want to do something fun. I want to do something cool. And so what we're working on is we are working on Greg. Who's Greg, you might ask? Well, let me tell you about my friend Greg. G-R-E-G. Greg. Greg stands for Generalized Random Event Generator. It is the successor to PEST, P-E-S-T, which was the prisoner event. I don't know what the other one. Prisoner event. No, PEST, P-E-S-T. Oh yeah, the prisoner event system. There we go. Duh. So yeah, Greg is the successor to PEST, which is the successor to convoy events. So let's have a bit of a history lesson here before we jump in, and I can show you what we're working on today, and we can go over it all. So back in, I want to say 2025, because everything happened in 2025 on this project, but it might have been late 2024, we introduced the new convoy system. And at that point, I knew in my heart of hearts, I wanted a random event system. But what I didn't know is how much work that would take. And so the goal with the convoy system was I wanted to do a prototype of what I imagined the writing volume would be needed to do a random event system. And so anybody who's played around with the convoys may occasionally have gotten little messages from their convoy commander saying, hey commander, this thing just happened. And that's it. It doesn't do anything. It's just a roleplay event. That is the original prototype of random events, of what became PEST, the prisoner event system. Then after I did that, I realized this system just does not work. It's too much writing. I can't either personally or expect somebody else to do the volume of writing that these events required. And anybody who's done some serious work with convoys and played with them a lot and had a lot of these roleplay events will be aware that a lot of the events are very, very similar and they're not particularly well written. And that comes down to just it being quantity over quality. And so we move on to last year when I did the massive prisoner rework, and I introduced, as I say, PEST, which I keep saying, but it stands for Prisoner Event System. And PEST was the next tier in random event system. Here we actually implemented the actual mechanics of a random event, and we implemented a more sustainable writing level. So how do PEST random events work? Well, I was working with the wonderful humans who do writing for me, and I'm going to be working on a guide for them. But I have somewhere, Writers Club, here we are, I can actually show you a rough idea of how an individual PEST event works. So let's switch over to Discord. Shazam. And before I do, I just forgot. I need to have a very happy thank you. A big thank you to Paul the Wolf, who followed 2 days ago. Thank you so much, Paul the Wolf. I'm glad you're having a time, and I hope that you are listening to this VOD so you can hear me say thank you for being cool. Because only cool people will follow me, I'm fairly certain of that. But what we're seeing here is a flowchart that is a brief template for a PEST, and I'm going to keep saying this, but PEST stands for Prisoner Event System. So this is a template for a prisoner event system event. So you have the event scene, and that's where we're going to do this in the context of prisoners. So you get your prison officer, the commander of your prison battalion, and go, hey, this situation is unfolding. And you then are given 3 options. Now these all say option A because I'm stupid. But just pretend they say something other than option A. Option A, B, and C. So each event has 3 options. Now, secretly, unknown to the player, we internally rate each option. So all 3 options have a chance of having a positive and a negative outcome. So to give an example, the scene might be, hey, Commander, the prisoners are rioting. And you might have an option to give them a whiff of black powder, buckshot, whatever the saying is from Napoleon, basically shoot them. You have let them wear themselves out, and you might have increase their food rations. Give them some Game Boys or whatever. Now, behind the scenes, we would take those 3 options, and we would say, okay, which one is most likely to have a and basically for each option, is it likely to have a positive, negative, or neutral outcome? So is giving the prisoners Game Boys to stop them from rioting, is that more likely to succeed, less likely to succeed, or just be an average success rate? And that influences the dice roll that's made to determine whether we could have a success outcome or we have a failure outcome. So how this differs to Convoy is, under Convoy, you just have the random event scene. There are no outcomes, which means for a Convoy event, we actually need to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different events to have the same volume of events as a pest scene, a prisoner event system scene. Because under the prisoner event system scene, you have the scene, you have your 3 options, and then for each option you have 2 outcomes, whether it's successful or whether it's unsuccessful. And what this allows us to do is, not only does it reinforce player choice, the player chooses how do they interact with this problem, but it also means that for every scene, we're essentially then getting 6 outcomes. And this is very, very powerful, because coming up with 6 different scenes that are all unique is a lot harder than writing one scene with 6 outcomes. Especially as for the scene, all you need to do is go, okay, what's my scene? I'll describe a scene, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what are 3 options the player might want to resolve the scene? Okay, I'll write them. And then for each option, you just need to go, okay, well, what is the positive and negative outcome of these? And there you have it. It's a system, because keep in mind, I've written all of these scenes for both systems. And using Pest, it is significantly easier on the writer. And it means that the individual events are significantly more varied. So we have a lot more power in what we can do. So here's the thing. Pest was written as the next prototype. So Pest, the idea of Pest was, okay, well, we know from Convoys, it just was too much of a high volume of writing required, and it just didn't create particularly interesting results. It didn't help that my writing wasn't very good back then, so it was very stilted delivery as well. But ignoring my writing quality, which has never been fantastic, it is better than no writing, but it's not great. I will be the first to say that. So we know from Convoys that writing all of these events is unsustainable. That's a good word for it. It's unsustainable. If I have 500 events, I'm needing to write 500 events. Whereas if I write 500 pest scenes, I am getting 3,000 events for more or less the same amount of effort. I'm sure none of us are math scientists, but I think we all understand that 3,000 is more than 500. So that's where we're at. But Pest, as I say, was written as the next stage in evolution for random events. So we go from roleplay events that have no mechanical impact to random events which do. But what we now need to do is we need to introduce Greg. So the reason Greg is called the generalized random event system. Random event generator, beg your pardon. The generalized is the important part. Pest, prisoner event system. Greg, generalized random event generator. So the generalized is the important part. So what we're needing to do now is we're needing to take Pest and turn it into something that can be generalized, so that it is not only going to work for prisoners, but for any event that we want for any reason. Anybody who has played Harebrained Studios BattleTech will be aware that you'll get occasionally poked by the game to say, hey, here's an event, how do you want to resolve it? This is basically the system. Greg is what we're going to be using to do those kind of things. Radar comments that Greg is more for multiple event systems, while Pest was the dedicated. Exactly. Because when you're prototyping, you want to have narrow scope. So you make a prototype with a very narrow scope, and that narrow scope is in Convoys. Like, how do we present random stuff to the player? Okay. Then you widen that scope. Okay, well, here we have a very limited field. We have prisoner events. How do we make it work for prisoner events? And now that prototype's working, we're going to move on to the next prototype, Greg. Now, Greg, I'm calling it a prototype because it's going to need to be expanded down the line, but Greg is essentially going to be the final version. So for Greg, we need two things. Two things that are lacking from Pest. The first is it needs to be generalized. Well, I've already gone to talk to death about that. The second is roleplay skills. Roleplay skills. So everybody in this chat is well aware, I'm fairly certain, that last year I added so many roleplay skills to MekHQ. Greg is why. As much as I touted how I wanted to give the players more way to expand their characters, make characters more dynamic, Greg is the end result reason of why I wanted those roleplay skills in. Because I want Greg to be able to handle skill checks. So that's under the Pest, under the prisoner event system, you have option A, option B, option C. And then you just have a secret roll that determines success or failure. However, the target number for all those rolls, outside of positive, neutral, and negative modifiers, are all identical. What if option A was like, hey, you want to talk the prisoners down? Make a negotiations check. What if option B, shoot the prisoners? What if that was a small arms check? Or something. I'm pulling ideas out of the air right here, and just to bear with me, okay? So what if these was bound to skill checks? And then we still have the positive, negative, or neutral, which is going to determine modifiers on the skill check. But let's bind it to skills. Let's have a scene where your officers are having a poker game. And they're having a poker game with you, and you can choose whether you call their bluff or not, and then that's a skill check. Let's make these roleplay skills usable in roleplay. So that's one of the core things I want from Greg. That is the next evolution of our random event system, generalized and then including skill checks. Some of you may also be aware that we have a random personality system. And some of you may be aware of why that random personality system was implemented in the first place, but for anybody who isn't, let me answer you. Greg is the reason. Greg is the reason why we have our random personality. So if I go to IntelliJ, and I can show you precisely what I mean. So if you have a look on the left-hand side, I'm just going to go into MekHQ, and I'm going to go into SRT and campaign. Wrong button, campaign. I'm going to scroll all the way down here, and I'm going to show you random events. This is where all the random event code lives. And you might notice that personalities live down here. People have been asking, oh, can I add a random personality? Can I add a new system? And the answer has always been no. Because if we come here, what I want to one day do is for each personality trait, I want to have multiple events that can trigger so that you can have interactions with your personnel that are going to be based on their personality traits. So if you have a thief and that thief is picked as the character who's having the event, maybe you'll have a situation where another character comes to you and says, hey, Steven's a thief. They nicked they've nicked my sweet roll. Resolve this situation. And now you're suddenly in a situation where you need to resolve interpersonal drama. Maybe you have I don't know, let's go for ambition. Let's pick one for ambition. Maybe you have a visionary character, and maybe they have come up with a fantastic idea to outmaneuver the enemy. And if you support them, you're going to get a bonus on the contract. This is the end goal. This is what we want Greg for. We want Greg to take your characters, to take their roleplay skills, to take their personality traits, and we want to turn them into something that you, the player, are interacting with. This is like the next evolution of the emergent narrative, and I am very much the emergent narrative developer. If anybody isn't aware what emergent narrative is, the emergent narrative is the narrative that naturally develops through the nature of playing a game. So you have a explicit narrative, which is not really present in MekHQ, but in another game you might have the explicit narrative of you are Commander Shepard and you're saving the galaxy from Reapers, bad guys who come in to take over the galaxy, and that is the narrative. Whereas in MekHQ we have the emergent narrative. That is a narrative that emerges through playing the game, and that could be as simple as you calling your campaign the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and through pure RNG, your commander's call sign is Horse. Immediately, that is telling you a story. That is telling you the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse with a commander called Horse. They're probably the company may well be named after the commander as a pun on the commander's call sign. Or maybe the commander gets called Horse because they command the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. This is telling you a story. This is letting the game talk to you. And you'll see me a lot if you join us for the Scrotorious Bastards Friday evenings every week. You can find when in the schedule in the bottom. But if you join us, you will often hear me say that we do not make the choice that is the optimal choice. We always should make the choice that tells the best story. And that is why you'll frequently see me making choices in the game that are very, very suboptimal, but narratively they're more interesting. And that is because I'm using the game to tell me a story. Psychatic's mentioning RimWorld in chat, and exactly, RimWorld is a really, really good example of a game that builds on the emergent narrative. There is strictly no story in RimWorld. All of it is the story that you yourself tell via the game. And so, as the emergent narrative dev, massive air brackets above me, I don't have an official title or anything, but that's my focus. So as the emergent narrative dev, I'm constantly looking at how we can develop and expand our systems to tell a better story. And for that reason, I introduced the personality traits that you're seeing here, all down here. And then I introduced the random roleplay events and convoys and evolved that into Pest, and now we're evolving that into Greg. Just having some water. Radar says, well, there is background story in RimWorld for some things, but slight enough for players to have their own story. Yes. The background story in RimWorld exists to give a framework to the player, to help the player have some context to their story. The same thing can be seen in MekHQ, where you pick a faction and the faction events can happen and stuff like that. That is not meant to tell a story. It is meant to help be a framework that you can build your story around. You're taking contracts, and those contracts give context to your experiences. But that's that. This is Illiani starting the stream off with a big philosophical talk about what we're going to be doing in ahead and why we're doing it. But really, let's talk about what we're doing today. So as I said earlier, the first step in turning Pest into Greg is going to be generalizing. Psychatic says that the background lore in RimWorld is more of a structure for the story, or rather it's the foundation. Exactly. So, let's see here. What are we doing? So random events manager calls results. Okay. And this is the incident report that gives you an update. Okay, that's fairly linear. Here comes the incident reports. Now, these incident reports appear at the bottom of the dialogue and basically just tell you mechanically what mechanical effects have happened. So what we're going to do, we're actually going to change this to, there we go, TeleJ is being uncooperative. We're going to call that mechanical events effects report. Yeah, there you go. Mechanicals effect report. And we're going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new branch. Oh, we've already called it Gregification. I'm just going to say the rename. Because we're in no rush in, and with IntelliJ constantly crashing, it's better that we just take our time. and we commit. The old axiom of video games: save early, save often. Or if you're working in the MekHQ nightlies right now, back up early, back up often, make multiple backups. But that's here. That's neither here nor there. So now we're getting the event report, which is going to give the report. Okay, that's fine. That's all dandy. Okay, is this the same? Yes, this is going to be the same event report. Okay. So we're going to rename this Get Mechanical Effects Report. And again, here we're just trying to clear up some of the language. Radar says they're glad they're only playing in the test branches right now, not the full 90s. Yeah, the 90s are interesting right this second. Okay. So now we have escapees. Let's if we're only using this for I guess people hash set is good. That's a fairly generalized thing. Oh no! Psychetic's laptop died, but fortunately they can charge it, so that's okay. I don't like how this is all clunked together, so we're going to go ahead and break this out. Get mechanical. Oh, we're going to call it build mechanical effects report. There we go. Okay, that's all good. So something we might be able to do here later is create a map, and rather than using a switch, we can actually just say, hey, give me the prisoner capacity effects, and then it'll fetch it. But I'm not going to do that right this second. In fact, I will do let me just double check what this particular pattern is called. This map is called map lookup pattern. There we go. And we've got to assign it. Illiani. It is June 22nd, 26. Okay. So map lookup pattern basically allows us to just input the value. So in this case, we might input string capacity, and then we're going to use a special method that will then trigger this. And it's going to basically just give us a really quick way of fetching information. It's going to be it's better optimization. It won't make nobody's going to notice the optimization, but it is cleaner, and it's just a better way of doing things. Because if we're doing fatigue 1 down here, it means we have to pass through all of these cases before we get to fatigue 1, which means we have to evaluate every one of these. Whereas with a map lookup pattern, we could just pop in fatigue 1 and immediately get event effect fatigue 1 out of it. Set of personnel. Now this is a very hard name. Get person hash set doesn't really tell us what to do, so we're going to actually include an example usage. There we go. So just the example usage is just so that whoever looks at this and goes, get person hash set, what the hell does that mean? And then they can see, oh, that's an example of how it's used. Okay. So here we go. Selects a random target for an event based on whether the target is a guard or a prisoner. So we need to make a enum. We need to make an enum, and an enum is, I can actually show you here with, actually let's get that one. It should be around down here. Yeah, here we go. So an enum, here we go. Here was one before. An enum is an array of values where each entry corresponds to an integer. So none, in this case, because it's first, will be 0, then unique will be 1, prisoner capacity will be 2, injury free, yada, 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 yada. So what we're going to do is we are going to create an enum that is going to tell us who the affected personnel. Random event affected personnel type. There we go. And that is going to be 2026. And here we're just going to pass in who we want this to affect. Get rid of all this. Shazam. So we want active personnel. We also want any personnel, combat personnel, support personnel. We might also want any personnel excluding unemployed camp followers. No, we can do this better. We can do this better. How do we want to do this? That's the question here. How do we want to do this? So active personnel. Any personnel who have not departed campaign. Active personnel, going to have one for camp followers, combat personnel, support personnel, prisoners. This kind of gives us an idea. So let's bump this over there for now. And let's come back to the random event manager and see how can we work this. Because under the current system, we pass in whether or not they're a guard. And if they're a guard or not, we return different list of people. Current prisoners versus all formations, we get a guard. So let's add security guard. And rather than passing in a Boolean, we are going to pass in a random event affected personnel type. But we're actually going to pass in a list. List of random personnel affected types. And we'll call that affected personnel types. And we're just going to loop through this for random personnel type in affected personnel types. We're now going to need to have a switch. And that's going to be personnel type. And we're just going to want to have case. I might as well, since we're here, might as well use context and just sort it alphabetically. There we are, it's nice and neat. That's a little long. Let's rename that to any present personnel. I feel like this is not going to be particularly optimized though, because we're going to have to pass through so many different systems here. How do we want to do this? I guess rather than using a switch, we can. So let's do this a different way. Or person. And we're going to go campaign, get all personnel. Now we are going to need to do some more edits here because we need to make this location aware. But for now, let's say all personnel. And then we need to do the BAMF. So if Boolean include active personnel, we're doing this up here because we don't want to have to repass this every time. All present personnel. And we're actually going to want this first because if all present personnel is true, we're not that bothered about other stuff. And we're going to do all prisoners. And you know what? We're actually going to do something a little bit differently. We're only going to consider active personnel because that's going to simplify things significantly. Okay, so include active personnel. And combat personnel. Put that in the wrong place, didn't I? Hi, Pathstrider, glad you could join us. So we also need to have support personnel. So active personnel, yes. Camp followers. Let's include some camp followers. Security guards. And we've already got support. So active, got camp followers, yes. Combat, yes. Prisoners, yes. Security guards, yes. And support personnel, yes. So we actually have everything we need. So first up, we're going to ask ourselves, are we including prisoners? And if we are, we need a list. Potential targets. There we go. And the good thing is, potential targets is going to be a set. And a set is we're using a set because a set can only ever have one character, one unique object in there. So if you have 2 security guards, you don't want to be in a potential situation. Actually, we can use a list here, honestly. A list is fine. But basically, I was saying we don't want to include a situation where we're adding the same person multiple times. But I like a list. A list is good here. We can use a list. Do we want to use a list? No, let's go with a set, because a set guarantees uniqueness. You see what was returned by prisoner. Prisoner, prisoner defector, that's exactly what we want. Okay, active personnel. If we're including active personnel, we want to add the person if they're active. That's easy enough. In fact, we're going to use status a lot. So we can add a value person status. As this person gets status. So this is all very, very basic stuff. Now, there are certain ways we can make this more efficient, but we do efficient later. For now, we're just trying to get the basics in. So we actually don't want person status here. We just want to say, are they a combat character? And if they are, we're going to add them. And I'm going to say, are they a support character? If they are, we're going to add them. If we're adding support characters, that is. If they're a camp follower, well, you're getting the gist, I suspect. Oh, we can actually just return status here. Status is camp follower. Do we want include active personnel? I'm going to say no. We are, however, going to have an is active check. We're going to say if person person status, if person status is departed campaign, we are going to continue. We don't care about them. Similarly, we don't care if they're not active. So if they've left the campaign or they're not active, we're just going to skip them. If we're including prisoners, we're going to include prisoners. Active, active, we don't need to worry about that anymore because we got rid of that. Combat, support, camp follower, and security is the last one. So here we need to go. We just need to say, is it security guards? First, we need to get the unit, or potentially force. I don't know if we can get force from person. Get formation. Nah, didn't think so. So for this, we need to fetch their unit, and this can be null because if they person if it isn't assigned to a unit, it's gonna be null. So if unit equals null, we are just going to continue. We don't really care. We can nest this actually. If the unit doesn't equal null, and we are going to go and say, if the unit doesn't equal null, what is the formation? Formation type specifically. No, we need to have formation first. Formation equals unit get formation. We can do campaign get formation for. That's better. That's what we're looking for. And that's nullable because we can pass in a null. So this makes things significantly easier. Just want to check I can pass in null here. I can. So if formation doesn't equal null and formation is type security, then we need to add our potential target. And with that in mind, we're also going to pass these are all actually going to be prisoner status. So let's get our prisoner status because we want to do some filtering here. So we're going to say, what's our prisoner status? Actually, we can do it even better, can't we? Boolean is current prisoner equals, and we don't need this. This is sentence finisher. There we are. And we can just do this. If the person is currently a prisoner, we're going to do this block. Else, we're going to do this block. I don't like the nesting here. Nesting here is ugly. Instead, let's just do continue. So what's happening here is we are checking, are they a current prisoner? If they are, we're checking, are we including prisoners? If they are, we're going to add them to the potential target list. Otherwise, we're just going to tell us to continue. Then, if they're not a prisoner, so prisoner early continue. Non-prisoners. So if they're not a prisoner, we then want to check their other statuses. Are they combat personnel, support, camp follower, security guard? Because we don't want, because prisoners can be combat personnel, and I'm sure you know when you capture a mech warrior, they're a combat personnel. So we don't want to have a situation where prisoners are being added incorrectly. And then last, we need to return this set. And again, why did we use a set here when we previously used a list? We're using a set because it guarantees uniqueness. And we're not really worried about the order. Now this is going to break a whole bunch of things, but that's okay. Let's see here. I think that needs to go away. There we go. And that's going to return us a set. And we can still get a random object. Perfect, perfect. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so here we need to change the result. So this can no longer tell us is guard. This now needs to tell us something else. So let's go up here. Too many results found. Yeah, that's fine. Because I don't care about MegaMek or MegaMek root. Those can go away. I don't think I care. I do care about here, but I can go away. Because we're going to need to update these. Don't care about you. Now it's going to tell us all the instances of random event manager there. And we've got some test stuff as well. Not going to need to worry about data, I don't think. Yeah, no, this is all clear and dandy. Radar says I'm working on that. Oh, I just realized we've got a couple of watch streaks. I see Wildfire142A has been watching on a 7 stream streak, and Youngster is on a mighty 20 stream streak. I also see that Radar is working on a task that I set them on. Thank you very much, Radar. And they've got a lot of time between rounds to go through it. And King Marl, glad you could join us on a 20 stream streak. Man, I am genuinely surprised for 20 streams. But here we are. Okay. So we need to change this to affected Is it affected or affected? Affected, yeah, it's affected personnel types. Which means we need to come into here and we're going to need to change a whole bunch of stuff. We need to change that to affected personnel type. And I believe this, what I'm about to do is correct. I believe. That's going to do it correct. I'm going to find all the ones that are just affecting the guards. And now we're also going to need to trigger a actual event to test this, because this is a reasonably large change that we're making. For anybody who's only just joining us, we are working on a system called GREG, which stands for Generalized Random Event Generator. And it is an update to PEST, the prisoner event system. So in layman's terms, that just means we're taking the old prisoner event system that I made last year, I think it was, and we're making it more generalized so we can use it to create cooler and more varied events, so they're not just prisoner events. And this is me taking a break from the contract stuff. I like to have multiple big projects on at one time because I can bounce between them as inspiration takes me. It also helps protect me from burnout, because it means I'm not spending weeks on one topic. We also had to delete a bunch of work over the weekend, and so now is a good time to, well, not be working on that. I do think I'm probably going to be writing so I've got a couple of videos planned, like scripted videos, like real videos, not just streams. I want to do a video on the direction that contract generation is taking. And I think I want to do one on event systems. I don't know how often I'm going to do these scripted videos, because I have to write a script and I have to record myself. I have to come up with some background footage so it's not just a black screen. But it's something I think would be very beneficial to allow you folks to get a better insight into some of the design processes that go into this. Oh, don't want to fuck that up. So we know that anytime the guard equals true, we know it needs to actually just be security guards. And these are all the prisoner events. So every prisoner event is just a JSON file. So if you're ever curious, you can always look in and have a nosy around and see what's happening. I'm actually very, very proud of the of PEST, the prisoner event system. Not perfect, doesn't do everything I want it to do, but it does a damn sight a lot more than the first attempt, which was the convoy event system. So this is going to affect prisoners specifically. I could probably replace these. Let's see if I can do that. There we go. There's a few that didn't get picked up, I don't think. Let's do the same here. There we go. Some of you are already aware we're also in the process of going through... I'm updating these in the wrong place. Naughty, naughty. We're only updating these in the temporary areas. That's a big hacking mistake. So let's... This is major. Okay. I also need minor. There we go. So what we're going to do, so we don't end up in this mistake again, we're actually going to delete the temporary data in MekHQ. It means we need to rebuild it whenever we launch, but that's like the best thing we can do right now. Radar's suffering because their aerospace pilots can barely hit the broadside of a barn. Let's do one more find, because I know there's going to be some sneaky ones in there. So is guard is what we're looking for specifically. Yeah, that's a bit better. And random events result. Affected personnel types. Then we need the list. That's not what we're doing. Well, that's not the syntax at all. This is the syntax. I'm going to rename this. Affected personnel types. There we go. If affected personnel types is null, we did affected. We need to go to affected. Grammar is important here. We just want to make sure we're never having an empty array here. So organize these in the order they appear. So this just basically means that if we're ever in a situation where we haven't stated who the affected personnel types are, it's not going to break. It's just going to give us an empty array, an empty list. So now let's do one more find for is guard and see what comes up. We should be getting a decreasing amount. Okay, we're getting a lot of is guard because we're going to have the random targets. Okay. So we need to change that to affected personality types. And it is still going to be a final. No, that's not what we're looking for. There we go. Auto line complete's helpful, but it frequently is not helpful. So sometimes you have to give it a bit of a kick. So this is going to tell us whether it's a negative or a positive, or a warning or a positive. So let's say what we want to say is, does it only include prisoners? So affected contains prisoners. Okay. And affected size for 1. There you go. Boolean are only prisoners affected. Is only prisoners affected. And that's going to have a look, going to be there. So we're going to check, is the size 1? And if it is 1, is the only thing in there prisoners? And if it is, we're just going to have a warning, not a negative. Warning. And then if there are non-prisoners affected, then we're going to have a negative. Oh, we can actually do this even better. So we can just say get prisoner status and is prisoners. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So if they're a prisoner, we're going to have warning color and we have negative. Nice and simple. So that gets rid of that. Next. Do I have the paste? No, I don't have the paste. God darn it. There we go. And that's changing that to a set, which may introduce other problems. And here we're removing targets. How are we doing this? Because this is telling us target count. I see. So here, we're not doing a singular. So here we do need to say Boolean is only prisoners affected. And that's going to be, there we go. And again, we need to have warning first and negative afterwards. And here we're just going to switch this. There we are. Now these are referencing guards and prisoners. We're probably going to need to update these. But for right this second, we're going to leave that as is. So I can see already I'm going to need this because I don't want to have to keep defining this. That'll get very tedious. In fact, we're going to go through all of these and switch out. Let me just set up the find replace. There we go. So that's going to give us a whole heap of errors, but that's okay. We've opened errors right this second, because what we're looking for is ways in which we can speed things along. So we're getting loads of is guards here, and we're going to want to change potential targets, because that is now no longer a list; it's now a set. There we go. It's going to replace a bunch of those. And we can replace this. So replace that, and we can replace that with affected personnel types. There we go. And here we just need to say, is this person a current prisoner? And we just need to switch these over. There we go. We're probably going to need this a fair amount, so how about we move on to the next one? So this is multiple again. So when I come back here, okay, this is again multiple. This is percent, this is multiple. Are these all going to be multiple? Percent is multiple. Okay, so this is a single target. So here we can just say, is the target a current prisoner? Ah, no, we can't. No, we can't. Do it. We need affected here. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So we've got loads of errors. That's not really a problem. We're going to move down to the bottom. So this is just fetching get active personnel entirely. But we don't really need to do that, do we? Because we can just go this. And we can pass into here the sorry, bear with me. Wearing shorts again. It's quite warm in here. My darn leggies are sticking to my chair. There we go. Just need to pass in result to these because we're now affecting result. We're going to come back to the is guards. I want to resolve this first. And these other silly little things. I feel my pocket bug going off. I'm wondering, is that some of my PRs getting reviewed, or is that the weather bot telling me, hey, we're going to get weather? I will say that's something that you guys over here in the States get weather. Like in the UK, we don't really get weather. We have weather, but we don't really get weather. Okay, we are going to copy this. There we go, that's what we're looking for. Not quite what we're looking for, in fact. We literally just found the last one. We have. Okay, go on us. Ah, there's one. So we want to replace this with that. I think we managed to replace a grand total of 1 instances, but hey, 1 is more than none. Let me just switch these over. Okay, we're going to see if we can avoid needing to one thing I will say now I'm going through this code is we have a lot of boilerplate. I might feed this to the AI later and say, hey, get rid of the boilerplates. Boilerplate is when you have just repetitive code. Ah, this is only affecting one character. With that in mind... Yeah. Okay, with that in mind, we actually don't need to do this line. So it is a good line. We're instead just going to say target, get prisoner status. Thank you. And is current prisoner. Boolean is only affected. Only prisoners affected. Go on, give me the rest. Thank you. We just need to pass in its affected prisoner types here. Da-da-da. We are certainly getting there. And we need to do one last one here. Booleans, only prisoners affected. Cool, cool, cool. And then we're going to do something. I'm just going to leave that to the AI. We can break this out. This check we're doing a lot, and we're also following it with this a lot. So we're probably going to convert that later into a what's the word? Into a utility method. So now we shouldn't have any more instances of is guard. Ooh, we found one. There we go. That needs to. And I need to find it. Whoops-a-doodles. There it is. Okay, do we have any more instances of isGuard in the codebase? We do not. So what we now need to do is we actually need to launch MekHQ, and then we're going to need to check the log files and just make sure that we are not facing a situation where it's meant to pin this so that it's always accessible, but it frickin' ain't. So let's just unpin that because it's a waste of my time. There we go. Oh, I'm running two. Whoops-a-doodles. Don't want to be doing that. Stop. Stop. I don't have the resources to run two. There you go. Okay. So we're now going to test to make sure it still loads. I'm not going to do any prisoner events yet, I don't think. Our next test is going to be to go through all of these and verify that they're all working how they should. Because some of these, some of these are going to need to be updated to not just affect security guards, I suspect. Because it may be a case where we are hitting the effect both for prisoners and security. I don't know. I did this like last year, so looking at it, it's probably fine. Yeah, because we do affect injury percent prisoners, affect injury percent security guards. Okay. Yeah, injury percent prisoners, security guards. Okay, so that's actually fine. That is actually fine. So that should work. So long as this data builds, we are good. So affected personnel types, magnitude, skill type, effect, yada yada. All good. So now, while we're waiting for that to build, we are going to go through the effects line by line, and we're just making sure that we are in fact passing in stuff where people are actually impacted. So to do that, we are going to compare ourselves to... We can't compare ourselves to... There we go. Main, because main doesn't have the change that we want. I say that, it is entirely possible main may now have the change it want. Nope, I was just getting alerted that there is some weather happening. Doing weather things, I imagine. So, with that in mind, we're going to compare here and here. And I'm wanting to see precisely where we've changed how things work. So, let us have a look at the Random Events Manager. We only want to see changes. That's all fine. So it's getting all potential targets. That's all good. That's exactly what we want. We can definitely optimize this. It's not super important though, because it's doing precisely what I want it to do. But what I'm looking for is any instances where I do something like get active personnel. That's what I'm looking for. Get active personnel. Okay, so there's only one instance. And that was when it was affecting undercover. Undercover. Random prisoner, so this should only be affecting prisoners. What is the name of the event type? Undercover. So now we jump to our data and we need to check whether undercover is specified to only be affecting prisoners. And that's doing a unique event. Okay. Event unique undercover. Okay. So we are still going to need affected personnel types for this now. Previously we didn't, now we do. There we go. And that should cover that. Because we don't want any of our security guards to declare that they're an undercover prisoner. That would be weird. But this just raises a very good point. How are we How are we checking? Oh, we're analyzing the bloody topic. Get events, mistake. Okay, affected personnel types. That's doing that. Poison. Radar. So to tell the truth, I'm not a guard. I stole a uniform from the dry cleaners. That's funny. Okay, unique poison. Okay, so we are looking poison here. That doesn't appear there. What about minor? Is it coming up as unique? Yes, it will come up as a unique. Here we are, poison. Why didn't it show me earlier? Weird. Okay, so here we need affected personnel types. And this is definitely working differently. So what we need for this is we need our list of personnel that can be affected. Okay, so that's not affecting anybody. We don't care about that. Remove all combat skills from a random prisoner. So that this does need a magnitude. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Go. What other uniques we got? Change origin factor one prisoner. That's correct. Max employer. That is not correct. Okay, and then major, show me the uniques. I know there's loads of uniques in here. So this event is when people get food poisoning, and we want it to affect basically everybody who isn't a prisoner. So camp followers, combat personnel, and support personnel. Anybody who's an active personnel has a chance of getting the poisoning. Okay, that's not affecting. Let me just double check abandon to die to make sure that is being handled correctly. Okay, that's not targeting anybody, so we don't need targets there. Okay. That looks like we got all of them, I think. Well, I mean, we'll soon find out if they're broken. Okay, so let's restart because we're going to need to rebuild our data again because we made a bunch of data changes. The is guard part was the one that I was particularly concerned about getting right. While we are waiting on that, because we need to wait for the data to build, how about we Move these over to the right. Move these over to the right. That's not helpful. Go over there. And you. Come on, shove over. Thank you. Okay, these actually should be updated now, 2026, which means I'm gonna have to restart the data. God darn it. Hey Hammer, glad you could join us today. Today we're working on Greg. Greg stands for Generalized Random Event Generator. Just taking a break from some of the really heavy, just the really heavy contract stuff. I need to refresh my noodle, give me a little bit of a break, because I was doing the contract stuff all through the weekend, and my poor little brain can only do so much. But it also means that, in many ways, the digital GM now has a name, and that name is Greg. Okay, so we're going back to the events manager, and we're using a lot of instances of guard. So what I want to do is just see where we are actually using them. Get random target for an event. There we go. So I'm looking at Java docs first. Normal, with normal characters. Okay, so here when we're just doing the text things, we're not going to worry too much about that, because I'm going to come back and do that in a second. We're really focusing on the Java docs. Hammer's announcing that their engineers project is complete. Hammer's been working on updating our infantry engineer code so that you can now do things like dig in, I believe make fortifications, and bulldoze rough terrain, and other cool things. Hammer's been doing a really, really good job on that. Okay, so our next one is to go through and remove all of these and make them a class level constant. You should be up here. Oh, bugger off, computer. Oh, bollocks. Helps if I get the tense correct. Singular, not plural. Oh my god, I'm so fucking dumb. One more time, this time for reals. Prisoner. Ugh. There we are. That's not quite right. Okay, it gives us our resource keys, which we can use to jump over here. And we're going to change guard to personnel. One guard has been injured. Character. There we go. So I'm going to check. I saw that we had MekHQ launch in a second. So once I finished renaming this, we are going to jump to MekHQ and see how bad things are. So let's go over to MekHQ, into the void. Whee! Let me just remind. Oh, apparently I had some things that weren't displaying. Give me a second. There we go. Why is my disclaimer not displaying? There we go. I must have accidentally disabled it for some strange reason. So now we're on MekHQ. Let us launch a campaign. We're going to launch campaign quick start. It doesn't really matter what we launch here. I just specifically want to see if the events library loads. Now, you might notice that during development streams, we're always being asked, do we want to upgrade the new player campaign? The reason why we don't do that is it takes a couple of minutes for me to go through and just make sure everything's updated, so I choose to do that at the end of the stream. Oh, by the way, we've got this. This is new. So you know how you used to have on the right-hand side a whole bunch of reports? Now we condensed it a little bit. So if you want your force reputation report, you just go boop. Here you are. Close that down. If you want, I don't know, your transport capacity, boop. It's just a lot more reasonable where it is. That means if you've got a narrow screen, you're suddenly not losing your current objectives. Okay, so literally all we wanted to do there was close that. My cursor's not displaying? Oh, that's weird. Weird and annoying. Why isn't my cursor displaying? There we go. One cursor. Woo! Cursor, wee! OBS, you continue to try us. So we're heading back now into... where's the transport capacity button? I'll show you next time I'm in, but basically you click where it says transport and it takes you over there. I've closed MekHQ now because I've moved on from there, but if you remind me next time we bring it up, I'll show you. But let's have a look at our logs and we'll see if we've got anything complaining. So do we have any errors? Yes, we do. So that didn't work. So something in build event data is not working. So let's investigate that, shall we? Does it tell me what line? So we were on random events library. Well, we're on 125. 125. Okay, so we're literally here. Huh? Great. That's not particularly helpful. So all we know is that we hit an error reading that in. So that's most likely because it's not being formatted correctly. So the best thing here for us to do is we are just going to pop this into Claude and see if it could, because it will immediately tell us if it's got something wrong. Now, say it's going to go line by line. Is this a YAML? Yes. Now, chances are I've just accidentally misformatted. Aha, and it looks like we found the potential cause. Because we've got injury percent, but we don't have affected personnel. See how it's missing here? Question is, was this meant to... So we need to have a look at injury percent specifically and see what it's meant to be doing. So what did we previously have here? So it was previously asking is guard, and it was getting all potential targets. Okay, so this should be affecting, it should be determined whether or not it's is guard or not. So the question becomes then, why is it just straight up missing instead of being defined? So now we're going to go over to here and see, because is guard would default to false. Right, okay, that is why. So any area that we're missing this, it should indeed be prisoners, because is guard would default to false. But then why have I done it in some places and some I haven't? So let's have a look at the history of this file as well. And we are looking specifically for injury percent. Yeah, so in many cases, we're not specifying who is affected. So if guard is false, that's how it's going to default. Okay, we're probably having a lot of these, honestly, where we're not specifying who's affected. So let's just verify that we're doing it all here. Okay, and is the AI picking up any others? Okay, that's fine. The AI is also saying that we have an instance where effect none. Here it is. It's a mistake. Okay, so we're just injuring a handful of prisoners there. Okay. So that's correct. Equipment. 2 side effects listed weirdly. Okay. Success, failure. Success. Failure. Success. Failure. No, that all looks fine. Not seeing any issues there. Oh, okay, it's telling me the thing I've already fixed. Okay, fatigue all. Is correct. Okay, so that's all fine there. Let us go to our other set of events and see if see if Claude can spot any issues here. Okay, so it's saying got a copy paste error. Oh, apparently I'm getting a phone call. And the phone call goes away. Shoo shoo, phone call. Apparently we're saying magnitude 2, but we're actually doing magnitude 1. So there we are. Fix that. Okay, that's all fine. That's all fine. We have a bunch that are missing affected personnel types. So, escape percent. Escape percent. Darashi blows. Now, these shouldn't cause the thing that we're having, but they will have caused the result to not actually affect anybody. Okay, so that's fixed that. Next up, let's go back to our error. We're seeing this error here. Unrecognized field prisoner event. Aha, there we go. So, where is my unrecognized field prisoner event? There we go. Okay, that was. So I'm glad we asked AI to have a look at this, because we did find some bugs, but we also found the root cause. So this should be I'm trying to see what this should be. Where is my event data? Random event libraries. So I think we should be calling this random event and not random prisoner event. Let me come up here. Okay. Prisoner event enum, which is no longer called the prisoner event enum. So let's see, what did we change it to? Random event data. What are you now? You're not helpful. I can never remember which of these. Ah, this looks promising. Nope. Event type. No, it's gonna be one of these YAML ones. Let me see here. It's basically gonna be something that we previously called. Is it just called effect now? Is this what we're looking at? Show history? That's going to be illegal. So that's always been called effect. Okay, so that's not it. Basically, we were defining somewhere as being prisoner event, but it is no longer known as prisoner event. Hey, Feistman! As you can see, we are now on on the right time. Okay, so it's not that. It's got to be one of these files, and it should be the YAML IO, which is YAML on and off. This is your. Okay, let's step back. Where is this occurring? Build prisoner event data. Okay. In the random event libraries. Okay. Where are you living? In other. You shouldn't be living in other. You should be living here. Well, that explains that. Yeah, I don't care. Refactorino? Okay, so we changed one of these. So, this is where we're running into the issue, which is fine. It's going to be read value. No, it's not. So somewhere we changed how we were parsing these. So we can just go show history. And where did we have previously defined it as prisoner event? Because what I need to do is I need to work out what I renamed it to. I mean, we can certainly guess. So how about we guess? What did I probably rename prisoner event to? I probably renamed it to random event. Random event system, random event data. Random event type. So did I just call it random event type? That would well be something that I would do. Okay, before we fix this, we are going to create a checkpoint essentially. Further improvements, not particularly descriptive, but not spelled correctly either, but hey ho, who's to judge? So the reason why I've done that is because I'm about to do something very bold, shall we say. I'm just going to hit find and replace all. And now we're going to launch MekHQ again. We're going to have to build data, so we're not going to get our answer straight away, but we're just going to see, hey, does this actually work now? Oh, we are hitting a bazillion errors. I'm sure we're about to find out all about those. We shouldn't be hitting too many errors because the only place we're renaming is here. So we basically just have to see, hey, is this still broken? And if it is still broken, we have other options we can go. But basically, I changed this to something, and I just straight up can't remember what. While we are Safari, there we are. Oh, apparently Safari's in the void. Oh dear. Let me just rescue Safari. They've gone into the dark place where the soul is weighed against the feather. Let's go to the MekHQ. So I want to see if my change has been put in yet. Have you been approved? You have not been approved. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's just telling me what we already know about. That nothing structurally was broken, I'm just stupid. Which, I mean, we already knew that. But this really... adjusting myself. This, basically... We're going to be very, bold. We're going to say fixed YAML reading. Whether or not we have, we'll see. We'll see. Because the issue is resulting from this being no longer called prisoner event, but I don't know what it's called. But you know how I can find out is we'll see if this works first. But it's definitely we don't have a prisoner event enum anymore. So what do we have instead? We have a random event type. So that's easy enough. Just capitalize that. There we go. Just replace all. I see I'm being messaged, so I'm just going to quickly go and check my messages. So, my housemate absolutely loves just going through Facebook Marketplace. And I have to go over to Discord to show you this masterpiece while we're waiting for the data to build. And we just literally, all we can do is just wait. Let's have a look at this absolute bargain that they found for $9.81. Sorry, $15, ships for $10 plus taxes. Behold, grilled cheese. grilled cheese in, it looks like that was done in, oh God, acrylic. Possibly even oil. Might even be oil painted. Oil is what I was thinking of. But yeah, behold this absolute masterpiece. Radar says it makes me want to go make a grilled cheese looking at it. Yeah, I actually had two grilled cheeses before I came on stream. Let's switch it back over to IntelliJ. But yeah, I just saw that in my personal messages and thought that... how are we doing? We are 4 minutes into building data. I swear I spend half my life waiting for data to build just to test something like this. Actually, while we're waiting, let me go back onto Discord. I want to bring up a specific thing. So you might be wondering, why are we going through the hassle of doing all of this stuff on Greg? And it comes down to basically making it so that we can... Oh, never mind. You don't get to see my secrets because MekHQ is back. A second. I was just checking something there. Okay. So let's hit ourselves back in Nuka. Hammer says they love the data repo, hate the repo. I love the data repo, I hate the data repo building. It just takes up so much time and it's never fast. Our data's so heavy. And I get why it's necessary. I get why it's a good thing, but it's just... I mean, it takes nearly 10 minutes. And all I can do is 9 times out of 10 is just literally wait. It gets a little bit irksome. But here we are. Such is life. We do not get everything we want. We get everything that we need. And sometimes we need to have a system that takes forever just because the system then works. Could it be before they're optimized? Maybe. Do I care? Not enough to actually look into it, which is the real challenge. Okay, so again, we are just... Oh. Somebody asked where the transport report was. So somebody asked where the transport report was. And I just want to show them that it is just here. So if this is your last chance, if you were the person who asked for the transport report, which I think it was Gribbly, this is your last chance to pay attention. You just click here. Boop. Transport report. And if you want to know... Well, I can just show them all. So you've got the force reputation, which I showed earlier. Click. Hello. Then you've got the personnel report. Hello. Unit composition. Ta-da. Transport capacity. Shazam. Cargo summary. Wacha. And you got your change faction, faction standing, diplomacy. And if we head over to the navigation tab, you get the jump fee summary. So that's where all your reports are living now. So that out of the way, let's go back to IntelliJ and see if there's anything nasty in the logs. Ciao. Okay, so we are looking for nasty little errors. Bugger off, IntelliJ. Irksome thing. Okay, do we have any warning? It's just telling us that campaign options been removed. Don't really care about that. Okay. That seems to have worked. Now, the next thing we can do, and so that seems to have worked. So we're going to commit that, but we're actually going to go into these files and we're going to construct a scenario. So this unfortunately does mean we are going to have to rebuild the data. And this is where working with the data can get very, very irksome. So I'm going to try and avoid this needing to be the case. No, it won't work. Yeah, I'm gonna have to faff around with the data because I need to construct a scenario where the only effect that can happen is one that will test whether this is working. Such is our life. So to do that, we are going to have it so that we're going to get rid of every event, and we're not going to commit this. Hammer says they're heading off to do evil real work. Well, sorry about that, buddy. Okay. No. I do not want to sit here with the data rebuilding. We can do this in a very obnoxious way, but it will work. So, we are going to shit into the log. And there is no way to put that any more accurately. What we're about to do is something that it's a really crap way of doing it, but it's going to get us the information we need without having to sit through 10 minutes of data building. So we're going to build the prisoner event data. And then we're going to do this, logger. Okay, that's good. So that's going to give us our thing, logger. Info. What is the random event stored as? It is. Get prisoner events true and false. And we're going to copy this because we're going to want this because this is going to be our key. Actually, we can do something better. Yo, check here. Yo. So this is super obvious that it's some, if we accidentally leave this in, Copilot will say, hey, I don't think you intended to that, and then we can catch ourselves if we accidentally leave it in. We're not going to accidentally leave it in, but sometimes being obviously wrong is better than being subtly wrong. Have some water, wait for this boot up, and it better not try to stage the data files, otherwise me and MekHQ are going to have firm words. It has no reason to stage the data file. We haven't edited the data file. Oh my god, don't you do it, MekHQ. The data file hasn't changed. Don't rebuild. Oh, it's going to do it, isn't it? Okay, so looks like we're rebuilding the data file for no reason. Data hasn't changed. At all. Behold, the lack of changing data. Okay, let's go to the random events controller and see if there's anything else that needs updating. Because we're going to be here. This can probably go in here, honestly. No, I think that's good. So let us I guess, yeah, the random events manager, effects manager. No, actually, if that's the case, then yeah, this does deserve to go in here. So we'll just do this. There we go. Need to make sure we don't commit campaign. We're not going to commit those yet. We're going to hold off. Oh, is that staging data files finished? Or is it just restarting again for no reason? I think it's starting again for no reason. Yay! Okay, we're going to go back to the controller and see if there's anything else that needs up. Off. IntelliJ's being an asshole. We may soon get our first crash of the day because IntelliJ's being freaking weird. Okay, this is all probably good. Yeah, this is probably fine. This can definitely get broken out. I'll deal with that later. I feel like we're in a... Basically, we've done what we need to do here. We just need the data to finish building so we can actually check. If I sound frustrated, it's because I am. Dooby-dooby-doo. What do we want to do next? Let's head over to the MekHQ queue and see if there's anything we want to do. Radar says they come up with 9 new prisoner events. Awesome. I will have to read that later. Let's have a look. See if there's anything in the queue that we feel like doing. And I think we want to do... Oh, goody. MekHQ's alive. Cool. That saves me from having to pick something. I didn't mean to click new campaign there, but we might as well. Okay, so because we are probably going to want to test this as well, we're going to create a company and just advanced state create a save. That's good. Go away. Oh, we didn't have any pregnancies. That's nice. So let's exit out of here and have a look at the log and see if everything looks as it should do. Now, if we're lucky, the log is going to be absolutely filled with stuff. And we know we can search for yo-yo. Here we are. And we are specifically looking, there we go, affected personnel types, prisoners. It's worked. Yay! Woo! Where is... We don't need this anymore. Doop. Reorg. There we go. Now, that out of the way, our next thing to do is to run test all and see just how many of the tests explode. Because they're gonna. Okay, I don't like that. It's got that error there, so let's try that again. Actually, sorry for my indecision. Let's just run the normal tests. I'm going to stand up for a sec because my shrimp spine is being particularly shrimpy today. Let's have a little bit of a stretch. There we go. This, by the way, is what an event a result usually looks like inside the code. So this is all the events for prisoner stuff. So we just need to wait for tests to run. So how about I scroll back up to show you what I was looking at earlier. So we're in Discord, and this is the Writers Club where I summon people who want to write in MekHQ and force them into the writing pits until they come out with something usable. And what we're doing at the moment, and why Greg is being set up now, is I'm using prisoner events and adding new prisoner events as a way to teach the writers how to write events. And then we're going to add a few extra prisoner events. Yay, nobody cares. But what we're then going to do is the old convoy roleplay events are going to be wholly replaced using Greg. And then once we've got the Greg set up for convoys, we are then going to set up specifically Starleague caches, because I know it's something people have been wanting for years, and not years really. No. It's been probably about a year now since I took out Starleague caches and the old ATB scenarios from StratCon. So people have been waiting a while at least. And I want to bring back Starleague caches, but I want to bring them back not just as here's a fight. I want to have Starleague cache events. So that these are an event where you have to choose an option. And one of those options might end up seeing you having a fight. It might not. I want to see what we can do there. And I want to use Greg to power Starleague caches. So that's my little scheme here. Let's have a look. How have the tests crashed yet? Yay, the tests have crashed. So let's go back over here. So the tests are crashing because they're no longer correct. Get report. Trying to see what kind of event we're actually doing with prisoner effect. So this is going to be a new array list. So we're just going to update these tests so they actually work again. Trying to see where we're actually initializing people. Okay, so this should equal list of prisoners. And I'm going to import this because we're going to use it a bunch. Looks like a lot of these are going to be prisoner. That's okay. In fact, I realize anywhere that says false, we can swap it out. So actually, let's go ahead and do this. Let's find replace. Magnitude. This should get rid of most of the errors. Oh, and by most of the errors, we mean all of the errors. Clap, 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 clap. Okay, let's run the tests again. And I think our next one, actually, I think our next step is going to be to it's going to be to go ahead and give me 2 seconds. One of the other developers asked me an important question. So yeah, I think our next step is going to be to add skill checks, which means we need to have a look at, because this is what we've done here is we've updated how random event effects is managed, like the actual effects. But what we haven't done is handled the dialogue that leads to it. So let's have a look at that. I think that's where we go next. We need to update an earlier PR because some of the changes here would be better to be included there, I think. But right now, this should be good. You know what? Bugger it. I am just going to close that earlier PR. Any actual messages? Okay, so I'm going to close this, and we're just going to have it all in one PR. At this point, I simply do not care to break it out. Would it be easier to review? Yeah. Do I care? No. Radar says they just had a Living Commonwealth Armed Forces infantry platoon spawn with the call sign of pothole. Our test's broken. Okay, so we're getting failed tests. That's okay. Failure tests is okay. We can work with failed tests. How many tests are failing? Oh no! All of them! That's a lot of failing tests, oh dear. So let's follow the... I suspect what the issue is that we're hitting this ahead of time. So let's move this up and see if that resolves our little problem. In fact, you know what? You know what we're going to do? We're actually going to step back entirely. We're going to update these tests. Now, I really, really like using Claude to write tests. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take these, instead of using these old tests, we are just going to have Claude take a look at our events effects manager and give us a bunch of tests. And you might say, but Illiani, isn't that getting the AI to write for you? Yeah, but it's not affecting the actual how the code is being produced or works. But this just, if we can get better test coverage, then it's a net positive. So let's go ahead and do this. My class and my old tests. MekHQ. There we go. So we're just going to leave Claude to do Claude things. And this is a good example of where using AI is actually really, really powerful, because AI is very, very good at writing unit tests, far better than humans. Far better than humans writing unit tests. I have seen Claude tests outperform human-written tests so many times, because a human, especially if you do a lot of changes, a human writer will get overwhelmed with the sheer number of tape changes that need to be tested, whereas the AI just doesn't care. And it works because you're not asking the AI to design systems, you're asking the AI just to test if they work or not. And sometimes it gets it wrong, and that's okay. I'm not a fan of vibe coding, but we can definitely use the AI to assist us and as a tool to help us develop better. And if it gives us better test coverage, then it's absolutely the right move. So, that out of the way, now let's have a look at how on earth do we go ahead and add like skill checks. So here's the prisoner event manager. So this is where we come in. So here's the effects manager. So I'm looking to see where we are setting up the dialogue. Check for prisoner events. Okay, that's all good. Process warning. That's if you get an event that doesn't trigger. Process random event. Okay, pick event. So event data. Make it, and here bring up the events manager. That's not right. Because this isn't a dialogue, is it? Steak the Dog asks, how goes the deving? It goes very, very well. I hope we haven't just put the dialogue into another class, because that would be annoying. Check for prisoner events. Okay, that's all good. Yeah. And then we come down here and we get an event. Yay! Process prisoner event. This picks the event. So it's a random one. Okay, that's all good. Ah, here we are. Okay, so this is where we're firing up the dialogue. And this, we are absolutely breaking out into its own thing. So, let us go to the UI. I said the UI. And we need to go to, is it in base component? Immersive dialogues. And no, we can do basic component. We don't need basic components here. We can go dialogue. And then we can have it a random event dialogue. Shazam. And what we're going to do here is we're going to split this right. And we are going to take the old code, which is all just dumped here. And we're going to go ahead and put it in here. So, public random event dialogue, yada yada. Looks like we're going to need to pass in campaign, Camperino. We need a resource bundle. Well, we're not going to have that, because what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the string. Do we want to pass in the string, or do we want to pass in the resource bundle? We want to pass in the resource bundle. That's what we want to do. So, which is actually a string, but a different kind of string. String resource bundle. We also need to know what the event is. So that means we need to have a random event type. There we are. And lastly, we need speaker. How are we determining speaker? I guess we just pass in a person. Person, speaker. We do need to get a public int get choice index. And to that we just return choice index. We don't need to do that. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. So we're doing it. We're not doing it in extension. So private. Fine. No, private int choice index, and then we just return choice index here. So if anybody who's wondering what we're doing, we're updating the prisoner event system to be more universal. Get commander address. Get in character message. And then we also need to get options. That's that all set up. Nicely, nicely. So this gives us our event dialog. And it's essentially what we've got over here, but now instead of having this block right in every time we call, we're instead just going to go ahead and add dialog. Well, I suppose we need dialog. Oh God. Bugger off, IntelliJ. Go home. You're drunk. Dialog equals new dialog campaign. Oh, for fuck's sake, IntelliJ is rapidly winding me up today. Why the hell are you pasting up there? Campaign. Speaker. Event. And of course, resource bundle. Then we just need to do this. Shazam. And now that instantly is going to give us a more readable, more reusable version of this. We can also do this, honestly. But I don't like that because it makes it harder to see what's actually happening. So while we could do that, we're going to do this instead. Let's add some statics. Private final static string response 0. Because these are never going to change. And button. It just, again, makes the code a little bit more readable. Rename this to button suffix. Event prefix, we're also going to want to have message suffix. Azam. And lastly but not least, oh, scrolled up too early. And these are technically prefixes, so we're going to add prefix here as well. And this just means we're being consistent. There we go. Alrighty then. Lastly but not least, we need to add the legal statement. So let's jump over here and we'll steal the legal statement for over here. The legal statement will be largely the same, just the dates that get changed. There we go. Let's close all of these and that. So what do we do? What changes do we make here? Oh, okay. And that's obviously that. Ah, that's right. We were getting Claude to do some testing for us. So we want to go here, but we don't want to push that just yet. There we go. So now let's go over and see if Claude has given us anything we can use. So it's given us a file, which we're going to download. And we're going to plonk Claude in and just see what we can see. See if Claude's helped us at all. Because normally, anybody who's been on here for a while knows that this usually just makes me swear at things. But sometimes it doesn't. So we can immediately see a bazillion errors. And that usually just means that Claude has pretended that something exists when it in fact does not. So let's see what these 31 errors are. Okay, so first it's going to be set prisoner should be. Yeah, so what it's doing here is getting the prisoner status and then trying to set it, which isn't going to work. Because what we actually have to do is change prisoner. How is it? Set prisoner status. Lock campaign. Don't care about the log. So that means we should be able to replace all of these get prisoner status with set instead. And that should get rid of the bazillion errors, which it simply did. Excellent, excellent. And get all potential things. Okay, well, we don't need to explain what the hell we're testing. We know what we're testing. Go away. So let's see what happens if we boot these tests up to see what actually happens. Another reason I'm getting Claude to redo some of these tests comes down to the fact that some of these tests are actually broken. And I want to see if we can fix them. So while Claude's running the tests, let's have a look see what changes it actually made. Okay. And don't worry, we'll all be marking this as AI-assisted programming. We don't try and sneak stuff past you. Yeah, you can see here, like comparing the original test, which is this pile of shite, to the new version, we can see that it is working significantly better. Okay, so now we're starting to see that there are some problems. So let's go through and start fixing these broken tests and see if are these tests broken because they're broken, or are they broken because the test itself is broken. So let's pick one at random here. Applies exact hits. So this didn't equal. So let's have a look. Why didn't it equal what we wanted to? So we're rerunning the test to see exactly what results did we get. We also can bring this up, and we know the event's going to be injury. So we go here. It's going to allow us to bounce over to where the injuries live in random event manager. Injury. Okay, so it says we expected 3 injuries. We actually only had 0. So we're stubbing prisoner here. It just says we're going to return that. Okay, that's good. That's what we want. So why is this person not being given a injury? Is this a mistake in what we've done, or is this a failure in the test? So we can have a look here. What's happening here? So first of all, we are getting the affected personnel types, and we know that's going to be prisoner. So then we need to get a random target. So all potential random targets. We passed prisoner into here. And we're going, okay, get all personnel. So here's the first kicker. Are we fetching all personnel? Yes, we are. Okay, good. Personal status. Have they departed the unit, or are they active? Are we setting personal status? That's the next thing we're going to check. Because if we set the prisoner as set status, I think it's actually called status, and we're going to make them a camp follower. Does the test now work? And if that is the case, that is going to be because we need to specify their status. But yeah, again, I'm just going to jump back and say that I am sorry that I completely screwed up the stream times last week. It turned out I was streaming 2 hours early for the entire week. And I remember getting to the end of the stream thinking, oh my god, I am so tired. And lo and behold, I was not, in fact. Or rather, I was tired, just not for the reason that I thought. I thought it was all just... So I just had a heart attack. I got a message from my pharmacy saying that one of my medications is ready and the amount due is $703.08. 80 cents rather. My wife has just reassured me it's only because they don't have our insurance yet. Whew. Whew. Don't mind me, I'm just having a mild heart attack. Okay, so it is still failing. So now we need to investigate further. So when we create a new person, what status are they given? What is the default status? So we're now on the personnel file. So let's go status. Oh, fuck off. Status. I seem to be telling IntelliJ to fuck off a lot today. I think that really just says how I'm feeling. IntelliJ's been getting on my nerves a lot recently. Okay, so the default is active, so I don't need to worry about that. So now we know that the issue is almost certainly here. So the person has departed unit, which they haven't, or the person is not active. So have they departed the unit? No. Are they active? Yes. So that shouldn't trigger. Are they a current prisoner? Yes. Are we including prisoners? Technically, yes. So let's make some breakpoints here. I want to see what exactly is going on. So these are the areas we want to see. So let's launch this in debug mode. Debug. Just getting some water. And I've not said this for a while. In fact, I don't think I've said this for the entirety of the stream today. But if you're enjoying yourself, if you're having a good time, please consider hitting the follow button so you can get notified when we go live. There's a Discord link down in the place where links live, where you can get linked to our Discord, where you can Discord with us. You'll find a link to both the MegaMek official Discord and also our own personal Discord, which you can hang out, share your MegaMek stories or whatever. We also have a YouTube channel. If you're already on YouTube, you know what you need to do. You need to click the subscribe button. You need to do the whole bell thing. And if anybody's feeling particularly spicy, consider hitting the subscribe button. It's you don't need to, but it's always appreciated. Okay, so we are confirming. We are returning true here. Okay, and we're returning our potential target. Okay, so the person's status is camp follower, which is not active. That's the bug. Okay, we have found our buggerino. Personal status is not active. We need to do is active expanded. Active flexible, that's what we called it. So now if we run this, I guarantee you it's going to work. Because active flexible includes camp followers. Whereas previously we were not. And because they didn't have a recruitment date, everybody was generating as a camp follower. So we are going to remove our breakpoints, so I don't think they're going to be necessary anymore. Bam, 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 bam. And we're going to rerun these tests and see where we get. And here's the thing, like, this likely wouldn't have been picked up with our original tests. That's something to keep in mind. Just waiting for the tests to initialize and run. And then we can get back to the juicy fun stuff, which is setting up skill checks. There goes the tests. Okay, we're still getting some failed tests, but we only got 2 failed tests that time, which I don't know if you're keeping track, which is a significant decrease to last time. Okay, So the person's faction should have changed, but in fact did not. Okay, so we're mocking the accent. Okay. New faction. Okay, so the reason why this test has failed, this is actually a mistake in the test, because we're initializing a default faction. So we need to add in, we're going to call this employer faction. We need to do a new faction 2. Call it employer faction. What do we need to include here? Okay, we can do this a different way. Yada, yada, yada. Get out of the way. Piss off. Go on. Shoo. Yes. Very good. Go away. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so employer faction set ID code short name. Okay, let's have a look at the faction constructors. Oh, there we go. That's all I need to do. These don't need to be capitalized. Employer faction. And then prisoner faction. So this now should create actual new instances, which should cause that to work. So let's run this again. Wildfire said they just had a mech warrior generated both slow learner and fast learner for SPAs. Wildfire, could you report that for me? Because those shouldn't be compatible. I will need your save, so make sure to use the report a bug button. But I guess that means they're a medium learner. But yeah, if you can pop in a report for me, make sure you use a report a bug. There we go. So now it's working perfectly. There was one more test that failed, which we have down here. But we'll still stick to how it was. I don't care that much. So what's happening here? Let's run this test and see how it breaks. So this will probably be something dumb as well. Okay, I'm gonna have a look at that in a second. Okay, so we're attempting to fatigue 3 people, but we are in fact getting nobody. And the reason for that is, whilst we are instantiating the characters, we're not actually giving them personnel roles, so they're not combat personnel. So set primary roll direct. And we're going to make them soldiers. There we go. So this is again another broken test. There we go. So now if we rerun this test, this should now work. And here we're also going to add in a third soldier, because I want to make sure that this needs to be a mock person. No, it can't be a mock. This is probably fine. I was going to check a thing, but it's going to require a lot of FNAFing, and I really can't be asked. It should be fine. I want to make sure that poison resistance is working correctly. Okay, and we are now seeing that our tests all run perfectly. So I'm getting Claude just quickly write us up a poison, a resistance. Wait, do we just really have this? Okay, fatty to no, we don't. No, we don't. Okay. So again, I could write this myself, but I don't want to because I can literally just get Claude to do it, and it's going to do it in a lot quicker than me. Diddly dum. Just waiting on Claude. And while I'm waiting on Claude, I'm just mostly thinking, how are we going to address skill checks? So I guess what we're going to need to do, we are going to need to have an entry in the YAML files for each event that says, hey, for this option, this skill is required. We're also going to need to update the UI to fetch the skill. So in the event there is a skill, it labels, hey, this person has a skill and it's this. Give me two ticks. About poison resistance, yada yada. Person with poison resistance is what we're looking for. Perfect. Okay, give me two ticks. I'm going to have it back in here, and we're now going to go ahead and throw in the new test. We don't need a massive freaking description for this. We just want the test. And let's just run all these tests one more time just to make sure they're all working correctly. We've already spotted one bug, and it's the same bug as before. So we quickly edit this in. So let's just run our tests, and if they all pass, we can declare this point done. And the fact that we found a bug shows that it was a successful venture. I actually don't have any doubt this is all going to run completely, so I'm just going to go ahead and commit now. And while I'm waiting for the tests to run, we are going to go into our YAML files. Okay. So let's have a look. Where are we defining affected personnel types outside of the YAML? In the result. Okay, so we need to go to the result. Skill type. Did we already set this up? What is skill type used for? Did we preempt this? No. Okay, this is a different thing. However, calling it skill type is not good. We need to change that. So, because otherwise it is just going to create confusion. So this is going to get renamed. I'm going to call this affected skill. Okay, I'm going to refactor that across the board. Did it refactor in here? No. Because we don't want to risk confusion between the affected skill and the thank you for putting that report. I appreciate that. So do we use skill type anywhere here? Oh god. Why is the fucking thing? No, don't freaking full screen. No, okay. So it seems like we weren't using that in many places. So what is the skill of event result effect? Okay, if skill type equals null, do nothing. Handles fatigue all effects. No, it doesn't. Okay, so this allows us to change skills. But it seems like we're using it in a bunch of places, but we're not actually defining the skill. Okay, no, there it is. Affected skill. Okay. I just must have... Weird. Okay, whatever. Okay. So let's go back to our data. Oh, did our tests pass? They did. Fantastic. Okay, so our tests have all passed. Let's think. So this is the effects of failure. Okay, so here we have our response. Equality neutral. So where are we defining quality? Because this is the effect result, not the effect itself. So is this being stored in event data? Response entries. Here we are. Okay. So we need a skill string skill check type, and we're also going to want ability check type. Let's go. No, let's do skill checks first. We'll make sure skill checks will work. No, because we can do both at the same time. That's fine. Skill checks type, ability check type. I need to figure out what did I have attributes down as. So this will be in personnel. Skill attribute. None. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Let's rename this to attribute none. We're going to change this. We're going to change the default here. Because that's a better default. So let's go to Events Manager and Skill. Okay, so let's start off by if skill type equals string affected skill. If affected skill equals, because you don't want to use this one, you want to use this one, equals skill none. Return nothing. Ah, because it's an int. Why on earth is that an int? Because it's not actually a skill. We don't have a no skill thing. I see, I see. Okay, so that's actually a mistake in our code. That's correct. However, when we come over here, this should be like this. This shouldn't be skill none. So how many places are we doing this? Just the one. Okay, that's good. We need to go in and update this. Where is data? Just going to copy across this because we want to similarly have default values. Okay, quality, yes. Skill check type, yes, yes. Event success, events failure. And this will just protect us against null values. Now here, we need to change the quality to neutral. It's no longer relevant. And there we go. Okay, so that's going to give us our values. I'm also going to add a param. Okay, so that gives us the data side setup. We do now need to, however, populate this. This is where it gets interesting. Because we need to add these values to all the areas that are requiring a skill check. And that means we're going to need to reconsider exactly how we're setting up things. Why are we getting all these value changes? What's actually happening here? Other than... Oh, okay. for my next trick, we are going to bring up the actual prisoner event stuff. So we can do this by having, where's breakout? Bingo. So we're going to want that up. And we're also going to want skill type, because we need to be able to pick skills out of the pile. Okay. So this is our resource file that covers every line in our events, and there is like 4,000 lines of code, like not code, dialogue here, and we're going to read through them all. I'm not going to read them aloud. I also have no idea why that's set to 2005, because that predates the prisoner system by a while. Let's see. Okay, so this is random prisoner stuff, don't care about that. Intel breaches, events general, not too caring about that. Prisoner capacity. These are results. So some of this stuff we can probably break out. Some water. We'll have to remember to come back to this, because some of this stuff needs to be broken out of prisoner events and moved into something less prisoner eventy. Yeah, we need to update that. Okay, these are the free events when you free people. Skip past all of these. These are execute events when you execute people. Don't care about that. Here we go. So we've had an incident in the holding area. Two groups of prisoners got into a heated argument. Seems to be some kind of personal grudge. Managed to break up. Okay, we can issue a stern warning. Don't care about that. We can assign to different holding areas to prevent further conflict. We can just let them get on with it. Do any of those feel like they require a skill check? Is the question. Issue a stern warning could. Are there any skills that would be relevant here? I guess negotiation. Negotiation makes sense. Yeah, I think negotiation makes sense. We had an heated argument. We can issue a stern warning that insubordination won't be tolerated. I guess maybe we don't really need a skill for that. Assigning different areas or avoid intervening. I don't know that we need to have a skill check here. I think this is probably fine. So, wild stories. An unusual situation in the holding area. One of the prisoners has been keeping the others entertained with wild stories. Okay, we can let them enjoy the stories. That doesn't need a skill check. Order the guards to interrupt the story session. Doesn't really need a skill check. Actually, scrolling up. Argument, stern warning, can come down to persuasion. So we want to go to argument. It's a minor event. And we need to copy this across. Okay, so we have persuasion. Where is persuasion? Is persuasion not? Does persuasion not exist? Am I hallucinating? Am I hallucinating here and persuasion just doesn't exist? Looks like I am hallucinating. In that case, if persuasion itself doesn't exist, we probably don't need it. Okay, wild stories. Let them enjoy their stories, that's fine. Order the guards to interrupt the story session, no need to encourage bad ideas, and that's fine, really. Have your guards take note of the tales, there might be some use in intel hidden in his words. Okay, so this... Do we have encryption or de-encryption? It'll be in utility if it's their support. Okay, not there. Cryptography, there we go. There's a skill we can use. Okay, and we just want to do cryptography. And we are looking for the wild stories. And wild stories, we are specifically looking at Wild Stories 2. Response positive, response neutral. Response neutral, okay. What are we calling it? Skill check type. Okay, so now when we get this event, when you're attempting to decipher the wild stories, make a cryptography check. Okay, tampering. Prisoner tampering with event. Punish the prisoner harshly to determine further attempts. Do we have intimidation? Does intimidation exist? No. Okay. Don't care about that then. Quarantine the prisoner. That's fine. There's no harm done this time. Just ignore it. That's also fine. Okay, conversations. Overheard strange conversations, coded messages. Okay, again we have a cryptography option. So this time it's conversations. And this is the first response. You can confront this prisoner directly, not too worried about that. Oh, so confront the suspected prisoner directly is interrogation. I'm fairly certain we have the interrogation skill. And we do have... We also have investigation. That could be useful. We have to keep that in mind. So we are looking at conversations, which are still on. And we're looking at conversations response 1. And we want interrogation. So normally you'd be thinking about this as you do this, but obviously because this is coming later, we're having to kind of go back, frustratingly. And ignore that, focus on bigger problems, that's fine. Rations. We've got a situation where the prisoners complaining about their rations, saying they're insufficient. Give them extra rations. They'll eat when they're hungry enough. And other prisoners being shorted. I feel like that's it literally says investigation there, so that's going to be an investigation skill. And it is number 2. And we need investigation. Okay, and that's going to bring us on to trade. We've uncovered a growing contraband trade amongst the prisoners. Shut the operation down and punish the traders. Yeah, that's fine. Small trades getting occupied. Okay, that's fine. We don't care about that. Assign guards to overseeing profit from the contraband. I don't really care about that. Okay, drained. One of the guards is tired. Reassign guards temporarily. Let's go for administration on that one. Oh, we put it in the wrong place. Provide extra incentives, meals, or small leadership. Okay, I feel like that is a leadership option. And that is number 1. And number 2, toughen them up, remind your team that discipline is part of the job. Again, I feel like that's a leadership situation. Maybe intimidation. I checked. No, we don't. We do not have intimidation, Illiani. Stop trying to find intimidation. It doesn't exist. Okay, stirring up trouble in the holding area. They've been loudly proclaiming that a rescue is imminent. Put them in solitary. Refute the claims. I kind of feel like refute is going to be a negotiation. Rescue. Refute is response 1. Neutral. There it is. And let him rant, nobody gives a shit. That's fine. Repairs. One of the prisoners are claiming to have experience repairing combat units. They've offered to assist in exchange for improved rations. Limited access to workshop. I don't really need a skill check there. Keep him locked up. Yes, this doesn't guide. Anything? Test his knowledge. Ask him a series of questions to gauge his expertise. Ooh. Ooh, that we can do. So this is repairs. And we want the final option. So response 1, response 2, and there is response 3. Do we have anything? What do we have? Interest? We have cool interest. Not really anything that particularly applies. Go away, AI viewers. We don't care. Could small arms checks work in place of intimidation? Yes, actually. Yes, they could. Let's finish up here. And let's scroll back to the top and see if we can add in some intimidation. Okay, stern warning that insubordination won't be and also, I like the idea of using small arms because it also kind of gives a very clear suggestion of what's happening and how you're issuing a stern warning. Okay, wild stories. Let them enjoy their stories. Order the guards to interrupt story sessions. Okay, wild stories is going to be next. Wild stories. And small arms there. interrupt. And what stories too? Have your guards take note of this tales might be useful information, which I believe is already a cryptography. Yes. Okay, tampering. Punish the prisoner harshly to deter further attempts. Okay, tampering. The first one is punish the prisoner harshly. I believe we have a melee. What do we have unarmed? We don't. So melee weapons it is. Wait, so it sounds like a melee check? Yeah, no, I agree. Tampering. Quarantine the prisoner, that's fine. There's no harm done, we don't give a shit. Okay, that doesn't require anything. Conversations, we already have down as cryptography. Confront the suspected prisoner directly is an interrogation. It literally says interrogation. And the guards are stretched thin, focus on bigger problems. That doesn't require anything to worry about. Rations, give them extra rations, that's fine. Rations are fine, they can eat when they're hungry enough. And check the quartermaster, are the prisons being shorted? That would be administration. We're doing... I don't think that should be investigation. No, investigation actually works. Yeah, I think investigation works here, fine. Okay, shut down the operation, finish, punish the traders. Okay, so trade should be... Do we have anything searching wise? Sensor operations, there we go. Sensor operations or investigations. Shut the operation down and punish the traders. Sweep an area, confiscating all information. Yeah, I think investigation. Oh, do we have a search? Do we have a search or anything? Search. Let's go with sensor operations just to make it a little bit more interesting, because I want to try and keep a variety of skills. Because the next step here is going to be a Skyrim and Elder Scrolls style of leveling. Repeat the description again. So, I've lost it. There's a growing contraband, and we are conducting a sweep of the holding area, confiscating all contraband. Oh, where are we? We're at trade. Shut down the investigation and punish the traders is investigation. And then we have small trades, keep them occupied. No, this is wrong. Investigation is what we want. And assign guards to oversee and profit from the contraband trade. I kind of feel like that can just be left as it is. I don't really care about that. Drained is the next one. Reassign guards temporarily is admin. Provide extra incentives, meals. That's going to be leadership. And yeah, but I think both of those. And toughen them up. Remind your team that discipline is part of the job. I kind of feel like that's leadership too, really, but kind of the bad leadership. Maybe. Yeah, let's just drop that entirely. And just have the negative one be just being an asshole. Okay, rescue. A prisoner is stirring up trouble, saying they're going to be rescued. We can put them in solitary confinement. That's not going to require anything. Allow your men to refute his claims in front of the prisoners is a negotiation. And let him rant. Nobody gives a shit is nothing. Repairs. One of the prisoners say they can repair stuff. We can let them do it under heavy supervision. So let's go with... we need something for heavy supervision. I think heavy supervision can just be a no skill check. Keep him locked up, no skill check. Test his knowledge, it's tied to mechanics, so we're going to tie it to mechanics. Okay, sickness. This one's going to be fairly obvious. Sickness. Several prisoners are ill. We don't know why. Isolate the affected prisoners. That's fine. Pink Bully, it already is tech related. It's tech mechanics. We did that one earlier. We then realized that we could use small arms and a few other skills instead of intimidation, and went back and did those. We've literally just caught up with where we were. Also, glad to see you in the stream. Pink Billy says, what about other combat skills then? We have to be very limited in what we can do, so we're just going to use small arms here. Oh, perception is a thing we can use over investigation. Yes, that's true. That is true. Yes, okay, so we can use perception under here. Okay, perception is a good one. Prevent further spread of isolating the affected prisoners. I feel like the isolation one is probably going to be admin. Allow better ventilation and clean water, improve health. That's fine. Let nature take its course. That's also fine. What are the results of quarantine is effective and quarantine core panic? Let's actually go for, rather than admin, let's go for MedTech. Veteran. Situation involving one of the prisoners and a guard. The prisoner recognized the guard from a previous campaign and the two exchanged some sense words. Okay, personal matters aren't your problem. That's just ignoring it. Talk to both parties and resolve the situation. Well, that's pretty obviously going to be negotiation. Avoid further conflict by assigning them to different areas. That's an administration one, that right there. Okay, which brings us on to graffiti. Graffiti. We discovered crude graffiti on one of the holding cells. Cells, and it's depicting the player character. Order the prisoners to scrub the walls themselves. That doesn't require anything. A little art won't hurt morale. And then we've got question prisoners to find out who's behind the graffiti. So that's going to be an investigation. Graffiti, question prisoners. Question prisoners. Investigation. Okay, it's specifically saying the investigation, so that's going to be an investigation. Okay, prayer. A group of prisoners have started holding loud daily prayer sessions. Ignore it. Doesn't do a skill check. Set aside space for their worship. That's going to require administration. And banning it outright is just not going to require a skill check. Bartering. 2 prisoners were caught bartering a pack of cigarettes for what appears to be sensitive information regarding your unit's operations. Oh no. Crackdown on the contraband. Crackdown on bartering and contraband trading. It says a forest sweep of the area. I feel like that could be investigation. That makes sense. Find out what information they've been exchanging. That's interrogation. And the last one is just ignore it, is just not going to require anything. Okay. Officer is next. A captured officer. A captured officer is refusing to share quarters with enlisted prisoners, saying it's beneath their dignity. Must be Illyrian. Everyone gets the same conditions. That's not going to require a skill check. Give the officer his way. That's not going to require a skill check. Subtly pit the groups against each other to keep them distracted. Ooh. What would that require? So you have two people, the officer and the enlisted prisoners are arguing each other, and we want to put them against each other. What skill would that be? Deception of some sort. Yeah, but I don't know that we have a deception skill. Seeing if there's anything here. I don't think there is. Acting. There we go. That'll do. Acting. Acting will do. Which brings us on to dice. Acting or politics, yeah. Actually, I kind of feel like interest politics works better here. Yeah, I think interest politics works better for what we're trying to represent. Okay, dice. Some prisoners are running dice gambling. Break it up. I don't think we really need to worry about anything there. Let it continue. That's fine. Tax the winnings. Yeah, don't need to worry too much about that. Hey, lovers is our next one. One of the guards is having it on with one of the prisoners. Stern reminder to keep personal boundaries. That feels like a leadership thing to me. Oh, wrong one. Let's go back to where we were. Skill. Move the guard to a different post to avoid any problems. That is going to be admin. And investigate further. Well, investigate's literally in the name. Sobbing. One of the prisoners can't stop crying. Clearly, they're not having a fantastic time. It's not your problem, ignore it. Send in a MedTech or guard to calm the prisoner. That's not really the player skill. Order the guards to restore order no matter the method. So, for restore no matter the method, that's going to be probably melee again. Skill check. Just verify that is melee weapons plural. It is. Propaganda. We discovered a stash of propaganda leaflets. Eliminate the material before it's basically destroy the material. That's fine. Find out who smuggled it in and why. That is very clearly a investigation. And lastly, ignore it. You can always ignore it. Skill checks aren't like that. Songs. One of the prisoners have started singing war songs. Band singing. Oh, that's my. So I completely forgot about that. But yeah, no, band singing is one of the dialogue options. Just music. That's fine. Record the lyrics to see if there's any hidden meanings. But that is going to be your classic cryptography. Actually, how about, rather than cryptography, let's go for interest singing. Do you have interest singing? Art singing. Yeah, let's go for art singing, just because we're not really using that, and the whole point of this is just kind of giving some purpose to all these random roleplay skills. Refuse rations. A small group of prisoners are refusing their rations. They'll eat when they're hungry enough, again. Speak to the ringleader and see what they want. Okay, so refuse rations 2, that is going to be a negotiation. Skill check. And force feed them. Okay, force feed will be... skill check. I guess that's going to be melee weapons again. No, let's go for small arms. So we can do a force feed them at gunpoint. Plotting. Who likes a good plot? One of my guards overheard prisoners talk about the perfect time to make a break for it. Increase patrols and inspections. I'm going to say that is a admin. Interrogate the leaders. Well, that's a fairly obviously an interrogation. And lastly, ignore it. That doesn't require a skill check. Equipment. A piece of surveillance equipment in the holding area has been found damaged. This smells like we're going to use investigation a bit here. Determine if sabotage is to blame. That is investigation, as I predicted. Repair it and move on. That's going to be maintenance. I feel like that's going to be Aztec. Just check that Aztec is the name of the skill. It is. And punish them all and let God figure it out. Oof. I forgot how dark some of these were. But again, we're going to come in with melee weapons for a good old-fashioned beating. Planned rescue. One of the prisoners is claiming the enemy is planning a rescue operation. We can announce that no rescue is coming to spread doubt. I don't think we need anything there. Maybe a negotiation. Yeah, we can go in for a negotiation. Find out if there's any truth to the claim. That's interrogation. It says so. And lastly, just in case, increase security in the area. That falls under admin. Mistake. I know this one. One of the prisoners insisting they were captured by mistake, claiming to be a civilian rather than a soldier. Ignore the problem. Investigation is the next one. Skill check. Best. Move the better quarters. You can't risk freeing them. That's kind of the same thing as ignoring it. Discovered a letter from a prisoner written entirely in code. Well, I think that's once again our old friend cryptography. Cryptography or communications. Communications is more the recommend. Yeah, so communications is, I think, one of the options here. Eliminate the leader out, risking contents getting out. Eliminate the letter, not the leader, beg your pardon. I don't really feel like there's any issue there, and send it to the extended recipient to see what happens. I want to say that's going to be investigation. Uh-oh, and cryptography is not spelled correctly. Okay. Illness. Several prisoners claiming they come down with a highly contagious local illness. First option is going to be a quarantine, so we want MedTech. The hell? MedTech. Check that's correct. It is. Good, good. Assume it's deploy and take no action. And treat the prisoners to ensure safety. Okay, so in that case, we're going to change this from MedTech. We're going to change it to admin. And then the last option, we'll make that MedTech. There we go. One of the prisoners just handed me a folded piece of paper shaped like a unicorn. Destroy it. Speak to the prisoner and understand their intentions. That sounds like a negotiation to me. And lastly, we have add it to your collection of oddities. That's not going to do anything. Heavy metal. The other guards have reported hearing strange metallic noises coming from the holding cell during the night. Haven't identified the source yet. Search thoroughly for contraband or escape attempts. So that is going to be an investigation. It's probably old ventilation system. Good old classic ignore the problem. And use the law to use the noise to lure out whoever's causing it. I feel like we can use tracking there. Let's go for tracking there. Paranoia. One of the prisoners is growing increasingly agitated, insisting someone's trying to kill them. Assign a guard. That's going to be administration. It's going to be administration because you have to improve. You have to use your administrative skills to reassign guards, like to make sure you're covering everything. Remove them before the paranoid threats. So isolating them, don't need to worry about that. Ignore their claims. That's also not going to skill check. Tunnel. We discovered a half-dug tunnel. Seal up and monitor the area. Let's go for administration again. Interrogate the prisoners. Well, that's interrogation. Nice and easy. Don't you just like it when they're the easy ones? Interrogation. And use it as a bait to catch escapees in the act. Stealth. Pet rodent. Good old classic Ratatouille. One of the prisoners has tamed a small rodent. Small comforts to ignore the problem. Remove the rodent. Okay, I know what skill we're using here. Ignore the problem. Where is... Oh, that's escape rope. Where is pet rodent? I can somehow. Skill, check. And then we want animal handling. Catch the rat. Get rid of all vermin for good. No, that doesn't mean the prisoners. Do we have a trapping? We don't have traps. We'll just say there's no skill check for that. Actually, I guess we could use. I guess we could go back to our fallback of admin. Escape rope. Someone made a rope. And that is gonna come under. The first one is punish them harshly, so that's gonna be good old melee weapons. Compensate it quietly. That's not gonna require a skill check. Praise the guard for catching the attempt early. That's our leadership. Undercover. One of the prisoners is claiming to be an undercover agent working for Allied Command. How about demolitions for getting rid of the vermin? Let's just leave it as is for now. I'm not sure I want to send the message that demolitions is a skill being used. It seems a bit over the top. Undercover. Check their story against your records. Skill check admin. Dismiss them is probably a ploy. Put them to the test and see if they have actionable intel. I feel like a negotiation for the actionable intel. Actually, interrogation could work as well. Let's go for interrogation. Prisoner got a fresh burn scar in their faction's crest. Investigate who branded them and why. Well, I mean, that's fairly reasonable. We go on into investigation. Investigation. Ensure they receive medical attention. Well, that's going to be your medtech. And lastly, let the prisoners deal with themselves. That's ignoring it. Silence. Eerie and unusual silence. First one's an investigation. Because it says you're checking in on and investigating. Leave them be. We can ignore that. Set up surveillance to keep an eye on the situation from a distance. Oh, surveillance. I feel like we're going to have a skill here. I feel like security systems electronic for surveillance. Okay, singing. Rival groups are singing again. Encourage it. That's fine. Disperse them. Unity amongst prisoners is dangerous. I feel like that's going to be a small arms. Record it. Useful propaganda. That's cryptography. Actually, let's go back to... No, I'm going to go for crypto in this one. Okay, next up is paper. During a routine cell infection, scrap of paper covered in mysterious symbols. Okay, well, the first one's definitely cryptography. Assign someone to figure out its meaning. Destroy it and ignore it. Don't need skill checks for either of those. Holiday. Prisoners are celebrating a holiday. BAM parties. No celebrations in captivity. That's going to be small arms. Allow it, that's fine. And use it to extract information. That's probably going to be acting. Let me just check that it is S acting. Yes. Good. Whispers. Two prisoners frequently whispering each other. Separate them. That's not a problem. Try to learn what they're planning. Eavesdropping. Okay. We need something for eavesdropping. I guess stealth. Stealth seems reasonable. Sensor operations. Sensor operations. There we go. That's what we're needing. So response 1. And response 2 is ignore it. Okay, it's fine. One of the prisoners appears to have significant influence. Interrogate them. Well, I wonder what interrogate them could be. I think it might be interrogation. Isolate them. That's not... And observe quietly. See... Observe quietly. Let's go with investigation for that one. Arguments. Two of the guards have been openly arguing about how to handle the prisoners. First one, resolve the issue diplomatically. That's going to be a negotiation. End the feud by reassigning one of them. That's going to be admin. And let me sort them out. It's not your problem. That's ignoring it. Sentimental item. One of the prisoners is pleading for the return of a small personal item. Let him keep it. Deny the request and investigate the item. So investigate the item sounds like an investigation to me. And look, line correct, agrees. Malnutrition. Prisoner collapsed due to severe malnutrition. Punish the thief. Oh, so someone's stealing food. Okay, so punish the thief. That is going to be a melee weapons. Survival of the fittest is to basically ignore it. Provide more food for all prisoners. I'm not going to put a skill check assigned to that. A prisoner is found with severe injuries. Crack down on the prisoner hierarchy. It says it's an investigation, so we're going to go with investigation. Prisoners that don't form of justice, ignore it. And increase guard presence. Well, guard presence is going to require administration. Terror. Multiple instances of prisoners waking up screaming in night. Captivity is cruel, sucks to suck. Sent in the guards to calm the prisoners and offer comfort. I feel like that's going to be a negotiation. And lastly, use the mental state to extract intelligence or compliance. Ooh. Let's go for interrogation on that one. One of the prisoners has started shouting incoherently and throwing themselves against the cell walls. Bring in the MedTech to sedate them. That's MedTech. Isolate them to protect the others. I don't really feel like that needs to be a skill. And it sucks to suck. Well, we're ignoring it. Photo. One of the prisoners broke down in tears while clutching a family photo. Hollow words of comfort to ease their despair. That's a negotiation. It's not your responsibility, and threaten to destroy the photo if they don't cooperate. Threaten to... I guess that could also be negotiation as well. Yeah, I'm okay with that being both. Ghosts. You found prisoners sitting completely emotionless in their cell, unblinking and unresponsive to attempts at communication. They say they're seeing ghosts. The first one is MedTech's. The next one is it's not causing trouble, so ignore it, and then move the prisoner into isolation to prevent this despair from spreading to the others. That's fine. Voices. Muffled voices coming from a cell that is meant to be emptied. Ooh, spooky. Have the guards scrub the walls clean to avoid unnerving the current prisoners. I don't really have an issue with that. Use the messages to show what happens to those who defy you. I don't have an issue with that either. Assign guards to monitor cell. Are the voice hallucinations something more sinister? I want that to be a admin. Okay, so that's the minor events. There are significantly fewer major events. Breakout. We have a mass breakout in progress. Prisoners are flooding. Focus on preventing prisoners from leaving the base, even if it costs lives. Send guards and combat units after fleeing prisoners at full force. Not too worried about that. Focus on containing the remaining prisoners, even if some escape. Let's actually just go for small arms on basically most of these. So yeah, small arms. Oh, I did it in the wrong place. Neutral. Okay, preventing prisoners from leaving base. Send guards and combat units. Focus on containing the remaining prisoners, even if some escape. Okay, yes. Riot. Use stun weapons and tear gas to bring the prisoners under control. That sounds like a melee weapons thing to me. Deploy combat units to decisively end the riot, even if it causes significant bloodshed. That is going to be small arms. And promise improve conditions to quell the violence, knowing it might embolden the prisoners later. That's going to be a negotiation. Murder. A prisoner's been murdered. Dedicate resources to finding the murderer and addressing prisoner grievances. I feel like that's a investigation. Pin the murder on a convenient suspect to restore order quickly, even if they're innocent. That's going to be an acting. And lastly, crack down hard on the other prisoners, regardless of whether they were involved. I feel like that's going to be good old classic melee weapons. Fire. A fire is broken out in one of the prisoner cell blocks. Focus your efforts on rescuing prisoners and guards, even if it means losing critical resources or risking a breakout. I feel like that's going to be a admin. Lock down the camp to prevent escape attempts, even if it means sacrificing lives in the cell block. Lockdown. Let's go for. Actually, I think small arms. Yeah, let's go for small arms for lockdown. Small arms. Prioritize finding the source of the fire. Sabotage could indicate a larger conspiracy. That is investigation. Poison. 7 prisoners have been poisoned. Halt all meals temporarily. Investigate thoroughly. Well, that's an investigation. Identify and punish a likely suspect. I feel like that's investigation too. And focus on longer-term security measures while addressing the immediate crisis. That's going to be administration. Actually, I think that's investigation too, because it's talking about food inspections. So let's go for that. Hostage. We have an emergency. Someone's been taken hostage. Store the prisoners with minor concessions while preparing a rescue operation. Let's go for tactics. No, acting. Launch a risky assault to save the hostage regardless of casualties. Let's go for small arms there. And lastly, take a hardline stance knowing the hostage's life may be lost. Let's go for leadership. Bomb. A prisoner planted explosive is detonated in a critical part of the facility. So focus on protecting vital systems to prevent further damage even if prisoners escape. Let's go for small arms. Send guards after responsible prisoners, prioritizing retribution over security. Let's go for investigation on that one. Bring in additional manpower to handle the chaos, though it may leave other areas vulnerable. That is admin. Execution. Prisoners has carried out a public execution. Whoopsie doodles. Identify and publicly punish those who are responsible. That's investigation. Separate prisoners based on alliance, even if it spreads your resources thin. That sounds like an administration problem. Let the execution stand as a grim reminder. Okay. Abandoned to die. Just uncovered some prisoners we abandoned to die. Oh no. Dedicate resources to saving the survivors, even if it strains your supplies. That sounds like an admin problem. Quietly cover up the incident to prevent political fallout. Ooh. Quietly cover up the incident. I think we just leave that with no skill. And lastly, shift responsibility for disaster onto the prisoners themselves, maintain control over the remaining population. I feel like that would be a negotiation. United, prisoners and rival groups set aside the differences and form a united front. Exploit old rivalries to shatter the alliance from within. That's a negotiation. No. Let's go for politics. Interest politics. Where is it? Retake the area of overwhelming force. That is going to be small arms. Oh, interest military. I like that. Yeah. No, interest military makes sense. Exploit old rivalries. Retake the area by force. That's going to be skill check. Small arms. And seal the wing and starve the prisoners of resources, forcing them to surrender over time. I'm going to go for small arms there as well. And that's it. Okay, so we now have the skill checks in place. So, added skill checks. Now we need to go to our dialogue and we need to integrate the skill checks. There it is. Okay, so we're going to actually need to change that because we need to have speaker here. And we need to significantly update this. So rather than having this as one block, we need to have string option 0, string option 1, and string option 2. And we're going to return a list of these options. Now, there's a reason why we're doing it like this, is I want to be able to append some stuff. Okay, so event. Let's pass in campaign and then we can reduce the amount of information we're putting in here later. But the thing is, I need to be able to fetch this event. So campaign get prisoner random events libraries. Here's the problem. It is specifically returning prisoner events we need all events because we need to be able to pass event type in. So we need to add in one. That's not quite what I need. Okay, so this is going to give us all the events. I actually want this as a map. Bugger. Because this is only returning the random event type, not the random event data, which is what this holds. What do we want to do here? What if we, for random event data, in get all events, if event data, that should be data, not date. I really don't like this. This really isn't good. However, I have noticed that it is now like coming up to 5:30 local, which means we've overrun by nearly half an hour. So I am going to deal with this on my own time because I may need to change what we're passing in here. Because right now we're passing in the event type, but I feel like we need to get more. Because why are we only getting the event type here? Get random event type. Pick event. Event data is what we want to pass in. Interesting. So why do we have an event? Why are we picking a random event and then getting the random event type? I need to investigate this. But yeah, so we're going to end it here. We had a very progressful episode today. If you've been enjoying listening along as we give some meat to the bone that is Greg, the generic random event generator, then please consider giving us a follow, a subscribe if you're feeling spicy. But otherwise, I think I am going to bug out for now, and I will see you all tomorrow. Toodles!